I kind of want to like actually program something, maybe. Maybe kind of sort of. Let's go to. Was it this one? Yeah, we could do operating system. Maybe. Very cold shower. I don't know if I would ever want to intentionally take a cold shower. Maybe if I was like, I don't know, significantly overheated or something. Out in the hot baking sun or some such. But more often than not, I will get like the hottest, almost scaldingly hot water, and then I will shower in that. Like, I swear, I think what I find as an acceptable water temperature is like burning hot to some other people in the household, and it confuses me slightly. I'm like, maybe, maybe they're just extra sensitive to water temperature or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird and less sensitive to water temperature or something. I definitely don't know. Of course, then again, I also was walking around for 3.5 hours in like a frigid, really cold wind. Like, I swear it was like something like 8 or 10 Celsius out there. 40 something Fahrenheit, I think. And I'm like fighting gusts of winds, and I'm like walking in this, and I'm like, why am I walking in this? It's cold. Why am I still walking in this? It's cold. Maybe that's why I've been exhausted for like the past 3 days. I also like to take the the occasional bath. I usually run the bath water really hot. There was actually one case, one year, where it was like way below freezing outside. And the drain to the bathtub froze, so it wouldn't drain water. So I'm like, I'm gonna take a bath. in my usual ridiculously hot water temperature. And after I took a bath, the uh, the drain thawed out. It let out all the water. I was like, neat. Apparently, I like the hot water. Personally, I like to sit in the shower for a long time. But I'm also like sort of conscious about how much water I use. So we have a shower head that has like some low flow settings. And one of the settings is like very super low flow. So I set it to this like I set it to like the most restricted setting, and I turn the water like way far down. And then I just kind of sit under it. Most people would not consider it like typical shower water pressure because there's like, I don't know, a stream, a gentle stream of water as opposed to like a raging torrent of water or whatever. All right, I think I'm done with that song. I should not have my songs on loop. So I think within my household, I am probably, I'm not gonna say that I use the least water, but I'm one of the people that uses among the lowest amounts of water showering. I think. But I do like the long showers, unfortunately. And it's actually been like on my to-do list to find out like if taking a bath or one of my low flow showers is actually like which one is less water? Cuz I'm like, yeah, I reduced the amount of water I use, but I'm still sitting in there for a long time. So I'm like, would it be more effective to just take a bath instead or not? And I'm not sure. I am really unsure. Very highly unsure. Sure it does. Sure it does. Totally not kerning or chemming. It's totally not chemming. The chemling. On the previous episode, cue anime opening theme, we were working on developing the grammar for a POSIX compliant born compatible shell emulator, which is a mouthful of nonsense. It is the Nympheus. Hello, and again, welcome. And at the end of the stream, the previous stream, I was able to take a string of tokenized text, the string of input, kind of sort of turn it into a hierarchical representation of like items that we would need to evaluate to actually like make the shell do shell things. I'm so good at words. So we kind of put together pipelines and the and or lists, lisps, the European Computer Manufacturers Association script-based portable operating system interface compatible born-again shell application. Yes, that thing. Exactly. So at the end of the previous stream, I'm like, this is an okay-ish start, but I want these to like represent differently because I want to be able to connect things together in a way that makes sense. And one of these connect things together sort of objectives here is that we have pipelines, and the pipelines have like the ability to like nest together with like individual subcommands, and each subcommand needs to be like connected together to other pipeliney type things, which means that I might have to like I might have to build like a whole like grammar parsing system again, which I've done before. I did this before for a separate project, vastly different objectives, and we'll do it again if have to, if need be. It always feels like every single time I do this, I try to like resolve it in a slightly different way every time. Definitely chaotic in its own right. Anyways, I wanted to take this and I wanted to make it so that like a pipeline object, instead of being like it contains a single command object, and I want it to like I want a single pipeline object to contain like all of the like sub command objects that would be in the pipeline. So like I guess you consider like pipelines to be. Yeah, my fingers stink from petting that cat. Eee. Yeah, that distracted me. But yeah, I want the pipeline thing to be like something that I guess consolidates the command objects together. I don't entirely know if that makes sense or not, but that's sort of what we want. Kind of. This is kind of challenging in a way. Very eek. So I want to take this test case and we want to like bake this into the program, I think. What? E, 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 and V, or V pipe to V. And then we get the output. But then we get the output. The output. Not the output. Anything but the output. Because the last thing we need is ow. Or maybe we need more ow. Maybe we need some owie. But anyways, I want to take this pipeline object and add some sort of attribute or something to it that it will like cluster together. Kind of sort of cluster together, and the individual object types, I think that we should take all of the different attributes for them, like what their level is or what kind there is. Probably not good terms for either of these things. But I should probably come up with some common interface for like tree command. Why do I call it that? Tree command data. Yep, I am so good at Word. So this is gonna have kind. We're gonna have the level, which is number. We're gonna have combining. Maybe this is also a number. Maybe. And then we can have the command kinds. Yeah. And maybe, yeah. So this is going to be, I don't know, pipe. Pipe is going to be an object. And you're going to be one of these data object things, which means you're going to have the pipeline kind. You're going to have the level. And I think I said the level here was 1 for this thing. And then we're going to have combining. The combining field is going to be I don't know, let's say -1. And then the and. This is kind of a similar to, I don't know how it is right now. This is going to be level 2. And we want combining to be, let's say, 2. So I don't know if this is like the most useful-ish thing. Kind of, sort of, maybe, probably, perhaps, but not really at all whatsoever. So in the grammar subsystem here, we have this sub-function called push level, and it basically just introduces a new command object. And we use it in literally only 2 places. So if we replace this with, like, our data interface instead, then we have, like, the current level that we're trying to, like, compare stuff to, and when we need to actually introduce the tree object, instead of, like, having it exist and then potentially dropping out of scope, which I don't think is actually possible, but it could be, we're gonna make it in here using, like, this template object thing. Which isn't really the... I don't know if I want to abstract this or not, but maybe. Maybe, possibly. We can do constructor. Have it take template, tree command data. Make this optional. Be like, if template is undefined, then we're just going to return. Otherwise, we'll like take all of this stuff. I'm going to use the template object. And then we can do, we'll do tree, which is the template, which will make that maybe make a little bit more sense, maybe, probably, but not really. So then we want to go to where push level is called, which is probably easier to do with going up to the top of the function, find the reference, go down here, call this with the command kinds. And then if I want to do that up here, we're going to have to split and or. Here, visual, find R, delete. Delete? None of delete? Okay, and that should maybe push the levels. I say maybe. Maybe. So this should work exactly the same, and it appears that it does, which means I haven't broken anything yet, which is good because I didn't want to break anything yet, which is very good because I really don't want to break things. Very E. Very E. So I think one of the problems here is that we have like the current levels, but the current levels also have like they also need like some sort of like container level, maybe, probably, perhaps. So like if we have this object here, which is like something that we want, and this is supposedly contained by like an upper level object, we have to like steal this object out of the upper level object. We have to push it into this new object, which doesn't exist yet, by the way. It's all very eek. Which means that the tree object has to maybe exist. And we're only going to pre-make the object if this new combining field that I made is not 0. it's sort of a weird field, but like basically if this is undefined, then we wanna define it. We wanna make one. Because the theory says that if we have an object that we want to nest into the tree, like let's say we have something at level 0, which is definitely lower than our current level. And we want to like remove that from the current levels, current command levels. And then we want to take the thing at the current levels. It should definitely exist. So we have the lower level. I don't know why I call it level, but like, so you're gonna be as definitely a tree command. Something that definitely, absolutely exists, thanks to that up there. And then this should be like, I guess like the upper level, if you want to call it that. I don't know what you want to call it. Very eek, though. Kind of sort of very eek, though. But then we do some like special casey thing here. Which is like, if the TL object here happens to be the kind equal to the kind that we are doing, and like indentation please, and like the, or no, what is this? This has to be level. The level of the new top level is greater than our tree, the one that we're introducing here. And we have a new tree, which implies that we are like we have a combining why can I not spell combining tree? I don't think I'm expressing this in words very good. The lower level. You'll have to go to the bottom of the floor, the lowermost floor of the thing, and then we will assume that the TL object has at the end of the array an object which is the lower level object that we just kind of like pulled off of the stack there. Then we want to take the new tree, and then we want to take its list of objects, and we want to push the object from the upper level command thing too far, hit the wrong key. So we want to pop the object out of there, and then we want to push that into there, and you don't like this because you are something, but you are definitely a tree command because we established that because of this line up here, and then and then this part should take care of it. Should being the keyword here. Should being the keyword here. And then if the current tree level is greater than 0. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. However. Maybe we don't do it like this. Maybe we just be like tree combining not equal 0. And it would be like if new not new tree. Then we'll make one. And then we will push object. However, and this is where it gets kind of sort of vaguely kind of somewhat interesting. If the current level that we've like jumped out to is the same kind of tree that we're trying to make, and oh my god, I've been unchibified. Why would you do this to me? This is fine. I don't mind being 3Dified again. What am I trying to do here? I'm trying to make it so that it won't try to introduce a new object. So like if we have the case where it's 0E, or actually maybe we should just like test what I have right here before writing this next part. I mean, that's kind of weird, but also that's kind of might have, yeah, I was like, that might happen. I think that might happen. Probably not in the right way. That's kind of not really what I want to have happen. So I might turn this off until I like write this all the way, because I don't think I did that one right at all whatsoever. At all whatsoever. What do we have here? We have an ore nested inside of another ore, which is kind of yikes. Kind of yikes, because that's not really what we want to have happen. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not really what I'm going for. Also, I don't think we said hello to Christopher. 1955. I still feel like I'm saying it funny. I still feel like I'm never gonna not say it funny. Anyways, if we're introducing the same kind of tree that we've run into, and you're what's it called? Then we don't want to try to do this else if case here. Pretty sure, maybe, probably. I do need another check, though. We need to make sure that the let's see, if tree combining level is not equal to 0, then I guess that would be like this one is the current tree. And like the command levels should also be like the current tree. So I think we just want to like break out of the push loop here. And then all my E's should be lined up in a row. And all my V's should be lined up in a row. I don't know if they're actually lined up properly, because they're all the same, and this one, so this one should probably be like, I don't know, meh. This one should be a VK in honor of Vulcan, maybe. And this one should be M. So yeah, these are all in a row now. We have meh, and we have M, and then we have VK, and they're all kind of like combined together. Meh. Oh, hi. Oh, hi. So we can make pipelines like this, which is sort of like, I'm gonna classify that as sort of vaguely important. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to take the like and or functions. I want to add another special kind of rule to those. No classification of the fox. Let's see, if the tree combining attribute is greater than 0, and what is it? TL command list length is I guess less than the combining length. I feel like this is like, I feel like there's another case that I have to catch here. There needs to be another case that I am catching here. See, what do I want to do for this case? We want to... What is even out? What is it? What is it that I am even trying to do here? I think it's like we want to make the and list grab exactly 2 items. Which is difficult. Let's try setting the combining level to 2 with the current rule set. You will become, I don't know, whatever this thing is. Whatever this thingy is. Honestly, that's not far off. That's not too far off. Let's leave the oh hi and M, and then we like leave that context, and then we have or the VK object. And it's kind of like, well, that seems pretty close, but also... But also, I don't know if I actually want the and or functions to combine like that. Because if you think about it, all that I really need to focus on is like what the previous like pipeline result was. And if we run them in sequence, then they will kind of have that, like, left associative behavior that they're supposed to have without trying to nest them. So maybe we don't put them together. We just have them on their own. I do want the pipelines to get connected together like this, though, because that's sort of important. It's sort of. We're gonna need more functions, though. We are going to need more functions, though. More functions in that do more unusual things. I'm gonna need the rest of my tea for this one. I'm very strongly tempted to, like, steal some of the infix operation stuff from, like, the Fae project. Because it has to, it does a bunch of lexing and parsing, and it's basically sort of the same thing. But not. And I don't know if there's any hints in here about it. I think this just tells you how to, like, generate lexical and grammatical tokens. Like what the rules are for generating them. And then they have to adhere to this grammar. I'm like, I don't know that I've ever tried to make a formal associative grammar, a grammar parser, or some such, or a grammar generator thing. What do we have for... So I'm sort of trying to work out this part up here. Apparently with pipe sequences, we can have command, pipe sequence. If we can have a command or a pipe sequence, or a line break. Apparently you can put line break after the symbol here. And then you can put, what, new line, list, or empty. A new line list is just a giant sequence of new line commands. Oh my god. This is problematic on so many levels. Why is this problematic on so many levels? Because we have to keep track of the current grammar. The grammar context has to get shoveled into the context of like the shell parser thing so we can do continuations. Because if we're parsing line by line, for example, and we have to take care of like new lines are one of these weird grammatical lexicographic tokens that doesn't get inserted into the list. They get like divided up across lines. Very very E, very O. So we have like lexicographic continuations that we take care of, which I sort of almost do. Not quite enough, but sort of. N, RN, registered nurse, as the Primogen says. I don't know why, but that sticks with me. And I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of subtly funny. Yeah. But yeah, if we have to have grammatical continuations, that means that I have to like store all the grammar in the context object, and then we have to like we have to trigger continuations based on all of that. Yippee. Yippee. I suppose another way of doing this would be like trying to figure out what the expected next grammar item is, and then like the grammatical parser like makes some sort of hierarchical list or some such, maybe. That's actually an idea that I haven't contemplated. That's actually something that I haven't tried before, but it's pretty common with like grammar parsers, where you have, what's it called? You would have the description of like the formal grammar, and you have your series of alternates, and you have like a tree of options, and then like as you descend down the tree, it introduces like certain definitive and indefinitive tokens. So like you have what is expected versus what is like present. And I'm like, maybe we fabricate the expected grammatical elements based on the formal, yeah, it's formal grammar list here. So then I would just have to figure out how to like build a what's it called? A list of like tokens or whatever. Build out the list of tokens using like the, the scanning technique or whatever. I don't know if I'm. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Basically, though, instead of making like a giant like if else thing, which is what I'm doing right now, be like if this token equals this, if our current token equals like this token, do this thing. If this token equals this, push this thing. If this token equals this, push this thing. Instead of doing that, and just having a giant list of token to like, I don't know, precedents and and like combining attributes. I'm like, maybe this should be like, it should be like this giant list of options. So like when it goes to parse the line, it starts at program, and then it sees that like program can be like a line break, or it can be this complete commands object, line break, or it can just be line breaks. And then complete commands is like, it can be itself or it can be new line list, and then like complete command, or it can just be a complete command. And then it's like, well, what is complete command? Complete command could be a list and a separator operator, or a list. And what is a list? A list can be a list, aka itself, a separator operator, then an and or. Alternately, it could be and or. An and or is either a pipeline, an and or, an and if, a line break, and then another pipeline. Alternately, it could be an or if, a line break, and then a pipeline. A pipeline is a pipe sequence, or it can be a bang and then a pipe sequence. A pipe sequence is a command, or alternately, it could be a pipe sequence with this character, line break, and a command. Rude AF. Somebody did not read the rules. Not at all. I'm debating on like just straight up banning. I mean, it's still in the overlay thing because apparently message deleting is broken. basically they're like self-promoting their YouTube channel, and I'm like not very on board with that sort of thing. It's actually in my list of rules to like not do that without asking. I will time you out or ban you. What was I doing? Yeah, I was walking theoretically down here. Like, I don't know if it's listed or not. But like, and if, or if, line break, this little symbol here, these are like definitive lexicographic tokens. And that's sort of like what we want to have the system like recognize. Which is like, oh, if you have such and such a token, you must be building a pipe sequence. You must be building a pipe sequence unless like you want to like interpret this part of the grammar tree. The while. If you choose to take a nap, have a good nap. Maybe I will catch you later. Maybe. Maybe you will catch me later, although it's been 5 hours. So, like, unless it's a very short nap. You never know. Although, judging by the amount of tea that I'm sipping, I might be awake for a good amount of time. So very, so much very, so what we got here? We got separator. Separator up. Line break, new linelet. Where's separator? Term. Compound list. Separator up shows up in a couple of places, but separator also shows up in a couple of places. The grammar for both of those is kind of sort of different. Kind of sort of different. However, for like an interactive command, tree, I basically just want something that can like end with a line break. And that's sort of it. So I'd probably say like program is like a thing. Kind of, sort of, maybe, kind of, probably, perhaps, but not quite, maybe, unless it doesn't. I don't know. So there's different ways of approaching it, but basically, like, each one of these is like an object that we might want to turn into a thing on the underlying, like, I don't know, in the like intermediate grammar representation. And I don't have a current like version of the intermediate grammar representation. But apparently, if I have to like factor in the use of like line breaks and like partial commands that might span lines, that means I have to input stuff across lines, which means I have to like work out how to parse things across lines. So like if I do echo and then we do pipeline, it does continuation because pipeline grammatically wants another item. So then when we put cat here, that should finish the pipeline. I did not set my shell parser up to deal with this. So we have to take all of the items in shell expand, all of the local variables, and we have to shove them into the context object. Deepest sigh. And on the one hand, that's not horrible because that means that we can do we can take all these like function calls and we can stick them on the grammar object as like, or the context object as like a what's it called? Yeah, what's it called? I don't know what kind of what's it called. What's it called? They can be like class functions or member functions or whatever you want to call it. We're going to delete all of this. We're going to go into that context. And we're going to push all of this stuff out here. You are going to be grammar and parsing related. You're going to be lexicographics. I don't think that's how you spell lexicographics. It might be though. We're going to get rid of all the let functions in here. And then we want to do expand, push level, push word, this expand. You have two things that are push words. It's going to E. It's going to parse word. And then we have parse level, although we're probably just going to take all of this and like rework how it work. I'm so good at words sometimes. Just yikes. Now we're going to turn all of these into variables. Remember this variable. Remember this variable. Remember it well. All right, what are you? You are current tree, current level, very E. So because all of this has to be like put together, we're probably gonna have to make sort of like reset functions. Did I write the go? You'd probably be thinking of someone else because I've never written any code in Go. I've had to like poke and prod at like Go programs, but I've never written any myself. What was I looking for? I was looking at the reset. I was looking for the reset function. This is currently the TypeScript. Let's see, what are these? These are local. Oops. Very different from Rust and TypeScript or Go. Actually, honestly, I think the Go is actually pretty closer to like TypeScript than you might expect. I mean, not necessarily like syntactically or in functionality, but like it's not the most far off thing ever. There's actually a lot of similarity between certain languages. Like for instance, TypeScript is one of those languages that's pretty close to Go in such a way that like could almost take TypeScript and then like just sort of run it through some silly translation layer and then like end up with something that is kind of sort of close to Go. Like you can sort of express most parts of TypeScript in Go in a more or less direct fashion. It's not perfect, but they're close. So much so that the TypeScript type engine language server type checker thing, they actually did some of that. They converted a bunch of it into Go using like scripting and patterns to like directly port a bunch of it. Thanks to some of its similarities. Let's see here. When we encounter we want more state, we want to do context, and I think we want to do reset. Like this needs to be a function that exists. So if we get in here, we want to delete tokens. We want to delete all the open tokens, which they should be. I just want to sort of like make sure everything is reset. This one should be false. Line break should be false. Eden should be rating with like 58. Very hello. Current tree is going to be like a new tree command. I love how I'm slightly lackluster, almost. I don't know that I've ever been rated by Erend before. Am I saying this right even? I don't even know. I sort of recognize the name though. And I definitely recognize all of, let's see here, Bad Cop, Levy, VFX. I don't know that I've ever encountered the Yagich before, but hello. Welcome, Nightshade Dude. Earend, of course. Liquid Cake 1, frequent visitor here. Hello. Fizzbuzz, hello. Like, I'm sort of vaguely familiar with everyone who has or has not rated, but like, I can say for certain that I'm pretty sure I haven't had you raid me before. Airs the Witch, very frequent channel that I follow and watch. Let's see, let's do shout out. I might recognize your icon. Yeah, I definitely recognize your icon. I've seen it. I've seen it before. The circles are combining. The Venn diagrams are venning. Certainly. But hello, and welcome. And before the singularity? Oh no. Starting. I think the real singularity, the real most epic singularity would be like if the game dev channels started rating me more often. That would be the most freakish thing ever. Or if I started rating them. I mean like some of the long running things. The OS. Ah, yes. Also, I don't know if you told me about what you were streaming today, but I'm curious. As for what we're doing here, I'm making an operating system of sorts. The operating system, I designed to go a little bit on the semi-easy side. Designed to go with Linux kernel, so I don't have to do kernel development. I'm trying to do like pure user space stuff. The yapping and weightlifting. Well, I can definitely attest to yapping because, like, I literally spent the first 4.5 hours of the stream talking about liquid crystal displays and graphics and video modes and nonsense, and I drew up this crazy diagram And it is 100% unrelated to anything that I've been trying to develop. So literally no development happened until like, what was it, 4.5 hours, I think. I do love my yapping. You do the game dev in the Godot. The Godot engine is good stuff. I haven't done a lot of game dev recently because I have to sort of relearn Godot engines, newer versions, and I haven't done that. But for sure, that is a thing that I've poked and prodded at a few times in the past. Long time ago. But not really had enough determination to like actually, finish any project. But yeah, we're making a Linux operating system. But unlike most Linux operating systems, the entirety of user space, we're writing everything using Node.js, which means that all of the user space programs are going to be like JavaScript and TypeScript. And why is everybody redeeming evil in a row? That's at least 2 evil redeems, and I think one of them got cut off by the evil. They don't queue up the evil redeems. So now I have to like manually trigger some of them. What is it? Evil? It's the opposite of an evil redeem. 4x the evil. Because of ECMAScript. Also, hello and welcome to the Astatine Chan. There's so many people who dropped in from this other stream, from the other streams. I'm almost compelled to like shout them out. Like Astatine. Astatine is a very good channel to watch if you like yapping. Retro Game Boy development. Which is game dev adjacent kind of thing. Very cute vibe. Truly. Waiting for the button. So, JavaScript conforms to a standard called ECMA or ECMA. ECMAScript. ECMA operating system. ECMA. No, I shouldn't do that. So I call it ECMA OS. ECMA spheres. Is this the bad apple? I don't know. What if it is? What if it is? The name is sort of work in progress, but I kind of like it. You know, he's just not gonna learn, is he? Clearly not. Clearly not. I don't mind giving people shout outs if I'm like, if I know them and like they raid here. I don't just randomly post your YouTube channel without asking. That is what we in the industry like to call. Oh, I don't know. Rude AF. Just be like that. Also, my shout out thingy is offline. Also want to shout out Ayers the Witch, more canonically known as Abby, who also does game dev, and I can highly recommend. Let's see here. Where was I? Command levels? I'm gonna do current tree. I'm gonna do the command tree. Of course, we need to call constructor thingy. Yay, constructor thingy. Yay, constructor thingy. Let's see, what do we want? We want to get rid of those silly type things. Put those here. Initialize such and such with the thing and thing. A thingy thing, lovely thingy thing. Some of the thingy thing needs to be not thingy until the thingy isn't thingy. Ship thrusters. Yeah, I think the last time I talked about it, I mentioned that like the ship flight module is 100% implemented, and that includes the ability to do like thrusters and like angular control and like velocity, the velocity modes. They should work. I don't see why they wouldn't. Unless I implemented something like relative mode wrong, but I don't know if I'd implemented it. I'm pretty sure it all works. I'm pretty sure it works. It works the way it's supposed to work. The nav and scanning modules are the things that we didn't implement yet. I think I also didn't really finish like the constants module, although you can sort of You sort of use the constants modules as like bonus RAM. Can I implement those? I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember what I implemented. Which is the Noctua. Hello, hello. Hello and welcome. Very out. Oh, very out. So I need for the parser, we need to keep track of grammar and the available grammar. Means that we need like different grammar objects. Means I need to represent the grammar in some way. And the grammar is all going to be nested together. So we have like all of this nonsense. I'm just gonna like grab the grammar, the like formal grammar list specification thing. It's sort of like vaguely kind of resembles like ENSF, but maybe not quite. Right, and then we do, what do we do for paste? U paste. So I need to figure out how to take this and like express it in such a way. You are cooking the dinner? And 100% absolutely not at all in any shape or form or possible way late for the raid. Definitely not. But basically, I want to take all of 3 of the 4 Mesaka tabs. Dedication. Dedication. Basically, I want to take all the grammar and I want to like convert this to a list of, what's it called? Alternates? Objects? Some such? I don't know how I want to represent any of this. Like, I might want to make it a series of maybe like objects of some kind, and then the objects are going to be like some sort of sequence object, and then they're going to be like a sequence of required grammar, let's say, and then we'll have like a list of alternates. So maybe we put the commas here. So sort of structure it a little bit like that. Obviously, maybe there'd be need to be more parts to it, but it's basically just going to be like an array of arrays of of grammar items, basically. And because I need to space these out differently, and because this one is right at the edge, we're gonna indent. Oh no. Oh no. See, I need more space. We need space here, and we need a space for the equals. So anywhere we have the two spaces and the colon, we want to replace these. You're going to be equals one of these. This is going to be the start of an array thing, definitely. Why is the grammar so long? You gotta get that rhythm. That's important. Editor, please. Please. Do not re-indent my object. That is not what I wanted you to do. Don't do it. Don't be like this. It's gonna be problematic, isn't it? Yep. 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 We're just gonna put these. Let me find space, and then the semicolon, that would make this great. And what I would do next, replace. Oops. Oops. I don't want to put the macro into the macro. I want... I want next replace. End. Although it kind of works even if I don't. And then we want to find all of these. And I want to replace this with comma. I don't even know if this is the pattern that I want, but sort of it's kind of sort of Alright, then we're gonna put like each individual line. It's gonna get... I don't know why I didn't put these in the lines here. Oof. It is way too hard to spam that way too fast. I think this requires a bit more methodical editing, though. Oof. Doesn't go there. There's definitely a rhythm to it. Alright, and then these we want to put... I'm going to put the opening list things in here. I guess I want to do this for every command pair, or like multiple of 4 maybe. Oh no, we've been misaligned. Alright, then I have to go back in here and grab the ones that I missed. The individual ones. It stopped. It does appear to have that one of them stopped, or it's going very slowly. Like, it is moving very slowly, actually. I can see it nudging. You may in fact have made ship go burr. We have to deal with empty. I didn't put empty. I did not put empty. We have to put empty in here. Yeah, now each one of these... we have to format this by putting commas in here at like the end of words. That's not oof in any way. Very oof. I don't know if I'm making this more doable or not. I do in comma 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 duck. Which is the huta to H. Hello, hello. Here's a comma, any comma, but not the evil comma. I don't know why, but I'm like always saying that the comma is evil. I'm like, what did the comma ever do to me? And then I'm like, oh yeah. Every time there's a comma, it's betrayed me. The comma is constantly betrayed me. Why hath the comma betrayed me? Why ever hath the comma betrayed my trust? Alas, I know not. A circle achieved. I mean, he's kind of circling around. Sort of like an orbit. I'm not exactly about to claim how precise of a circle it is, but it's definitely orbiting a point in the space on the screen. I'm gonna dare say that's more of an accomplishment than anyone else has attempted thus far. Probably a first. Yeah, this is a list that I can make a pair of entries on. So I am going to do just that. I think we can stick, what, 3? Then we have to stick 2. Let's put 2 in here. Yeah, not you. Some of these take so much concentration to like insert into the array. I.e. I also don't even know if these are like in the appropriate order. So I can put them in the arrays. Because we have to put them in dependency orders that they don't get overwritten. Or they're in scope or whatever. You know, just words. Just words and silliness and such. words and silliness and such. What is it doing now? It is turning? I don't know if the X... I don't know if the engine's on-off system works entirely right or not. Like... That might be something that I forgot to fully implement. Like, I know you can turn them on and off, but it might just be like all or nothing as opposed to like the individual ones. Like the velocity control engines are like a cluster, and then the rotation modes are like the other cluster or whatever. It's like might have been the case. Why are these over so far? Alright, now we have to fix the fact that we have the word in the grammar, which is like a keyword. So we need to put the grammar in, but like how does in work? Token in. Just the word in, but it's like the reserved words thing rule. What was the rule for this? Apply rule 6. For case only, when the token is exactly the reserved word in the reserved token or the token identifier for in shall result. Otherwise, the token word shall be returned. So if we scroll to rule, was it do group? Rule 6? E? I don't know about the E. Anyways, we got all the grammar items here. Then each one of these nested things, I think this is either going to have to be like, I mean, it could be an array. I could just be like, it's an array. It's an array. An array of array of array. Okay, term is inside of term. The self-referential nature there is kind of oof. The Miku cursor be dancing. We've had the Miku cursor for like, I don't know, a few weeks now. And I've gotten so used to it that I saw like a different cursor on the screen once during like, I don't know, a video or a screen share, and I'm like, is that my cursor? Oh wait, no, it's not, because it's not Miku. My cursor is Miku. So if there's one thing I can be certain of, it's where the cursor is. believe it or not, but I actually have a hard time finding the cursor sometimes unless it moves. So the fact that this one is animated and kind of obvious, unironically actually helps me find it easier. Like, it's a good visual aid, which is a surprising thing that I wouldn't have expected. Plus, I like just staring at it sometimes. I'm like, it's just so chill. It's just blinking. It's just blinking and chilling. Just big blinking chilling. Anyways, I think because some of these rules are gonna self-reference themselves. Try saying that a bunch of times fast. I think we're gonna need to take them and we're gonna make, I think we're gonna have to grab declarations for some of these. And we're gonna have to make them objects that we then like fill in. So they can't be arrays of arrays of arrays. They have to be arrays of objects. Thus, we will have interface that will look something like grammar item. Grammar item shall have ah ah that is to be grammar item or string, and they're going to have an array of them, and they're going to be optional. And that should be enough to like define all of these, I believe. So program is going to be object. Which I think is in one place. And then line break. Where is line break? Everywhere. Just sort of everywhere. I think we're going to replace this with the term line break. Different capitalization. And I know this sort of like breaks some of the weird symmetry we had here, but you know, something syntax. Something syntax. So we need both of these items to be like predefined. And these are gonna have and they're gonna be grammar item. And that completely messed up the indentation, because of course it did. Yep, lovely, that's, Okay, where do I even want the start of this hideous thing to be? be absolutely certain, I don't know. There are two of them. It's kind of eek. Anyways, given that we need to, like, insert 6 spaces, we're going to take all of these. And we're just going to preemptively insert 6 spaces. And then we're going to fill in the word constant. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Let's see. I think this would be good macro. We want to go beginning of line, constant, escape. I still don't even know, like, I'm going to be able to make this work properly or not. But, like, getting the grammar into something that's, like, semantically... Oops. I messed up my list in some way. I don't know how I did it. That's not good. Here you uppercase. Very, so much, can we just, like, uppercase all the words or something? Which apparently we have to do macro style, I think. Just, you don't realize how hard it is to edit some of the weird list here. I.e. I just uppercase all the things. Alright, term is going to be like trouble. Because it's self-referential. I think with all the self-referential ones, we're going to have to, like, give them an empty object and then put the lists. in the object. File name. Uppercase. Why are we shouting? Because. Everybody knows that metaprogramming is a shouty affair. Or maybe you didn't know that. But it is. Constants are shouting, much like constants. People who shout are often stubborn and unchanging. Plus, if you're trying to change the constant will probably shout at you for trying to change it. So, I mean, I think it tracks. You're not supposed to try and... You can't change the constants. Why is this over here? I don't know. I think I mushed a key by accident earlier. There are lots of constants in this world, but I think pattern list is not one of them. Oh, there's so many options here. Word is... I think we need to disambiguate word. Because word is both a grammar token and it was also like a lexicographic token. So that's kind of eek. Same thing here. Name is a grammatical token, but also a lexicographic token. Which means I need some way of like specifying lexicographic tokens in the grammar. Yeah. Have I been keeping up with these hydrates? I don't know, but I need to drink the rest of my tea because it is probably cold. And I also probably need to get an alternate source of hydration. Also, for anyone who's like, what does VM clear right numbers something code run me? I have this thing, which is like a programmable stream gizmo. It lets you fly these little triangular spaceships around. But if you don't want one to be like, if you don't want to go through the effort of like programming one, there's a convenient, helpful command which is hidden up in the top right corner of the screen, which is like how to just make one appear with your personal chat color. If you just want something, you just want to summon some visual noise. Or if you fancy giving it a color, there's also like a command to like let you pick a color for it. No programming required. But really, all the cool stuff happens if you program the spaceships. And yeah, if you want a list of all the commands or like the weird lore behind programming them, the pick a color, any color, not that color, but maybe that color. But like color. And then also color. But yeah, if you want to contribute to the visual clutter on the screen, it could be like VM summon, or you could be like VM color and then like specify an HTML CSS color. If it catches your fancy. If it catches your fancy. I don't know. I've mentioned it before, but honestly, I don't think very many of them have been summoned. Ever since bringing it up. Like, these have been floating around on the screen for I don't know how long. Does the OS support HDR? Considering the sheer and massively inquantifiable number of TLAs in existence, where TLA stands for a three-letter acronym, I am not entirely sure what HDR refers to. I require disambiguation. Highly dog-like responses. This is one example of a potential acronym that would fit the requirements. High dynamic range color. Heightened disaster response. Well, on the topic of high dynamic range color, the operating system is a combination of like a Linux kernel and like a custom user space. Technically, one might assume that like high dynamic range may be conceptually supported by the kernel itself if you were to have an appropriate graphics driver. Unfortunately, we don't really have graphics drivers in the user sense of the term because I haven't written or imported any kind of like user space graphics drivers. So the answer is sort of, on the one hand, complicated by the fact that like we could potentially support high dynamic range if I went through the effort of building up the user space for it. But as of yet, we don't really support much of anything at all. So the long answer is this is something that could possibly exist in the future with some level of effort, but at the current point in time, I would say no. Also, you would never see it. You'd never be able to, I wouldn't be able to stream this. I would definitely not be able to stream this. Because I also wouldn't even be able to test this. Because I have a standard dynamic range monitor, standard dynamic range graphics card. Well, actually, my graphics card might support it, but my monitor certainly doesn't. My host system certainly doesn't. So we can't pretend to have the virtual machine support high dynamic range. So my virtual machine is probably stuck in standard range. And then I think I'd swear if the capture card didn't do like compact range, despite the fact that I probably tried toggling that off a few different times. So I don't know if the video encoding method of my stream even properly supports the entirety of the standard range. It's probably the compact range. And the stream encoder is definitely not even going to support that, even if I had the ability to capture high dynamic range, which I certainly don't because it doesn't support 10-bit modes. It only supports 8-bit modes in the capture card, which is not something that is going to be supported at all in the other things. I wouldn't even be able to like. I think I went on a bit of a rant. Could download it and run it without the stream. I mean, this is a maybe. A bit of a maybe. But right now, the only video mode is like the Linux frame buffer console text mode. And that is absolutely not going to support any reasonable range other than standard range. So maybe if I deep dive into whatever it's called, the itchy legs, not the itchy legs. Have you tried putting lotion on? so they don't get all dried out and itchy. Even if you could download the operating system, we don't have 3D mode or mode setting, which is what's required to like switch the graphics card into accelerated mode and pick modes that support multiple bit ranges, so on and so forth, which would include high dynamic range. Very E. It's somewhat E. Time to get more lotion. For real, for real. Also, I don't think that we're actually going to do graphics stuff until we have all the core utilities stuff done. So until I have a working shell and core utilities, I'm not even going to be able to work on the more sophisticated programs. But I want to. I want to work on a graphical shell after we have the 2D shells. You must crash. Well, as always, I appreciate the raid. Have a good sleep nap. I might have to check out one of your streams one of these days, because I've definitely seen you in my recommended streams list. I've been behind on my lurking process, though. This is all very E. All right, so some of these are disambiguations. So where is file name? You are the lexified name. Let's see, command name. You are the lexified word, I think. File name. Lexified word, here end. That was also one of those. Maxwell. Turned off. I guess this is like how long can I get away with things without the Maxwell enabled? Where is this in? Wait, aren't all of the word tokens lexicographic word? E? Let's see, do we have any more of these? A pattern list, maybe? Let's see here. Double semi and semi and. Put those in there. IO redirect use. Let's see. What are you? Assignment word. I have the assignment word. We have dump. Do we need to go over to wave 2? What do you have here? You have ship floating around with coordinates. These don't update very realistically. You have some flight registers. I don't remember how my projection here worked. Let's see here. Y minus is on. This thing is in heading mode, I think, sort of, kind of. I think heading mode is enabled and in relative mode. And then you have run. You're trying to load values into a constant register. Constant registers, by virtue of being like constant, cannot be edited. So you might want to replace C2 with one of the GPRs here, like R0 or something. So you can load into it, subtract it, and then store it. You know, little things. Little things. I'm going to leave this part on the screen for a moment. And I'm going to be right back. I'm going to get up for a very brief break, maybe. Because I need to get more water or tea. I think at this point in the night, it's going to be water. And it working, it's spinning. And yeah. So yeah, I'll be back in like a couple of minutes. as foretold by prophecy, I have returned. Returned. Alright, what was I doing? Grammar. Grammar. Back to the grammar. Maybe. Probably. Hopefully. Maybe. Probably. Hopefully. Grammar. 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 You don't need no stinking grammar. Do we? Doth mine eye deceiveth me? Or hath it been requested that I destroy more tabs? Perhaps from this window that contains the VM help page. But also, like, I don't know, whatever the hell all the rest of this stuff is, I don't even know what's open here. A bunch of data sheets? Something about ultrasonic sensing circuit sound thing? I don't... The Regent 200 Users Manual? Imixu? Imju? Well, we're just gonna nuke all of that. It's gonna be like at least 7 or 8. A real bargain if I say so myself. The OS. We pre-build all the TypeScript into like JavaScript files. And then the JavaScript files get shipped. Shipped, air quotes, into the system image. I'm actually kind of quite sort of, I don't know, slightly proud of the build system, because I made it into like a script that will like assemble GCC from the source and rebuild all the like all that stuff. The cross compiler, the kernel headers. Well, not really the kernel headers, but some of the root file system. I probably have to clean that up a little bit. Why is the compiler so cross? Because we took away its muscle. And then we cooked it up and we ate it. So it did not have its din-din. Very, I'd be pretty cross if somebody took away my din din. Alright, get rid of those. Yeah, I could technically do this to, like, all the objects. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know if we will do it to all the objects. Maybe we wiggle. Oh, it does wiggle. It moves around. Kinda, sorta. The loop. You know, in the Wave 2 architecture, there's a couple of different ways to do loops. An early on way that I found to do it is to use a swizzle command. And if you're like, wait, swizzle? What you can do is, like, you can swizzle the, like, instruction register to move the program counter into, like, one of the other vector elements. And you can use this to, like, save it, but also restore it. So you can use it to, like, build, like, simple like call stacks and loops. It's actually kind of interesting. And I kind of discovered it almost by accident while making the virtual machine. I'm like, I'm gonna keep it like this. You know, I'm looking at some of this grammar stuff and I'm like, max depth of 3. I mean, kind of, sort of. It's technically a stack. If you need more storage, you could, like... There's other ways of, like, copying elements in and out of the instruction register. But, like, you can use it as, like, an in-register stack, which has got at least space for 3 items. You don't want to do it that way. You can store a list of addresses in one of the like constant registers and, like, copy elements into the program counter area of the instruction register. This is another way of doing it. Or you could do, like, math. You could do math. You could do relative jumps by adding and subtracting things from the instruction register. which is actually how a lot of the whole conditional functions work. Like, if you do a conditional test, and then you immediately put, like, a subtract something from instruction register, you can use this to, like, skip an instruction, or not skip an instruction, which can then be used to, like, branch further out or do other silly things. It's a very verbose but very, I guess, workable way of doing conditional things. Conditional things. Very conditional things. Yeah, I was looking at this grammar and I'm like, this sort of leaks into the lexicographics a bit. Like, this sort of solves a couple of things, but it also kind of doesn't. It's like function definitions here, for example. You got the opening paren, the closing paren, the line breaks. All of these are like, they're like things, tokens that can exist. So I might have to adjust the lexicographics to turn these into, what's it called? Lexicographic tokens rather than like trying to do the subshell nesting nonsense. Give a full small word without all of the zeros. It would be really convenient if I added something like that, now wouldn't it? Well, it turns out that I actually thought about this. And it's a thing that exists. And it's a thing that lets you do it. And it's actually already written into the specification. Technically, you can do it with a little bit of, like, what's it called? I'll bring that window back. The one with the specification listed in it. The one that I deleted the tabs from. Just, like, zoom in here for a hot second. This is lovely. Also, hello there to the trade splatter. You know, you got all the standard stuff about registers and, like, how the C registers are not directly writable by the CPU, which is why I mentioned that you can't really do that. And then you go down here, and then there's shared memory, and then there's the instruction set, and then there's how to do all the registers, and then there's all the bit encodings of things. And then we got, like, all the default register values. And we got, like, all the chat commands to, like, change the color of your virtual machine and, like, write code and data to it. And then we got, like, the format of the hexadecimal strings and, like, how you can efficiently encode stuff without spaces and, like... But then there's, like, this section on, like, runic encodings of things, and you might think, oh, this is just a silly way of writing hexadecimal. But then you got this other section, which is like additional commands. And some of these let you do silly things like, oh, I don't know, write n words consisting of just pure zeros if you have runs of zeros and you don't want to type a bunch of zeros. You can put like a hexadecimal prefix and then like one of these funky symbols. And like I thought about a couple of times introducing like, you know, non-runic symbols for these. You know, something that's a little bit more common. Right, runic IME. Anytime I've wanted to write programs, though, I've literally just like copied and pasted the characters from the specification. But yeah, this lets you like sort of write symbols that are like left and right aligned. This lets you like skip huge runs of zeros. If you're writing a bunch of characters or a bunch of words over and over that are like really repetitive, this lets you repeat them. If you have to like really move around, you can like skip forward in the address space. Like this lets you just not overwrite stuff. Dinosaur. My favorite dinosaur. That's sort of like a tricky one. I don't exactly remember what the heck they were called. But they're like, I don't know, they're like some sort of spiny something or other. Spiny something. They got like these long spines on them. And I was like, that's an interesting looking creatures. But I'm a little bit torn if I would go with that or like the pterodactyl. Because you know, everybody draws the pterodactyl with like no no what's it called? Normally like the way they're rendered is without feathers. But everybody knows that the best form of dinosaurs have feathers. I think the pterodactyl probably had feathers. And I also think that the pterodactyl feathers are like, let me go back to, I think the pterodactyl probably was one of those dinosaurs that had feathers. It probably had glorious plumage. So that might be. So I think my favorite would probably be a befeathered pterodactyl, which is something that nobody probably knows what it would look like. I feel like this is a thing that we must research. Right, where's New Line? Is New Line one of those lexicographic tokens? I think it was. New Line or New Line list. There's a good possibility that they just like noped out of the channel. Sometimes I take a little while to get to the answers, but I usually try to. You know, I try to get to things. It might just take me a little while. You never know. These are lexicographic tokens. This is definitely a channel for the patient. The patient. And maybe the stubborn. And maybe the doctor. Oh no. Yeah, I'm a little bit tempted to just like take all of these. Impressive when people pick up the chat immediately. But then it's like, how am I paying attention to my program? Am I paying attention to my program? You don't know. You don't know. I could be ignoring my program to answer this question right now. Or I could be thinking of how to fabricate a super obnoxiously elaborate regular expression in my head while answering the reply. You'll know when you wouldn't know. You'd never know. Although honestly, instead of regular expression, I think it will probably be... No, it's got to be a regular expression. It has to. It must. So here's what I am going to do. I'm going to take... whatever it is. Let's see, how do we do this? We're going to take command, and then we're going to substitute. Let's see, can we do... How did we do this on the current line? A regular expression. A regular... We're just going to do a block regular expression. And then we're going to substitute something that starts with constant space word tokens. All the word tokens, but we're going to put those in a group so that they get captured. And then we're going to have some space tokens. Welcome to space. May I take your order? But not really. Good night to the L colon Q. Much thanks for lurking and chatting. Always much appreciated. Hopefully you get some good sleep before tomorrow.
Do a barrel roll.
Unfortunately, I lack wings and cannot do a barrel roll. Let's see, what was I? Substituting. We were substituting item 1. No. Yes, no, yes, yes, no. We're doing constant. Item 1 equals, what's it called as grammar item. A new line. How do we do new line here? R. Then we do R. And then we do not constant. We do the command again. Then we do dot A, and then we do 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. And that is the crazy magic command. And then we just apply that to all those lines. Control V, enter. That's an option. I usually forget to do that though. Absolute sorcery. Could have also done it with a keyboard macro, but that's more obnoxious. Wait, is that more obnoxious? Or is it genius? Anyways, we're gonna put all of the constants up at the top of the program so that we can fill them in and we can cross-reference them. Can I I don't know, mark this? That would be fantabulous. Down there, and then we'll go here and grab all these. This is not maybe the most effective way of doing this, but it's not the worst way of doing it either. I was like, where did I go? lost my cursor. The auth. Auth is a feature that isn't finished. The way auth works is that I'm going to make a web page. And the web page is going to give you what's called an auth command. And the auth command is like a list of words that you will like paste in, and it will like it will like log you into the web page. Claudius Systems OSV. Smaller kernel? What are you? Open source versatile modular unikernel designed to run single unmodified Linux application securely as micro VM on top of hypervisor. Designed to run unmodified binary as is. Something boot time. A set of functions. Something boot time memory loop. I don't know about this. Like, it's an interesting sounding project, but like, I don't know if it actually goes towards like my objectives, because I don't necessarily want a smaller kernel, believe it or not, but like I actually want all of the functionality of like the full Linux kernel. Like all of it. Because as you want to have like graphics drivers potentially. And like the full suite of like drivers and support for like actually being able to build like binaries that do all the crazy fun stuff. So like, I don't know. We want unlimited power. Limited, unlimited power. It's definitely an interesting project, though. And I might have to, like, check it out some more. But yeah. Yeah. Alright, now we have a bunch of lexicographic stuff. What is lexicographic stuff? Lex assignment word. Alright, what is assignment word? Which one are we working on here? Prefix. Command prefix. And then you are assignment word. Assignment underscore word. Further distinction on token is context dependent. It may be that the same token yields a word, a name, an assignment word, or one of the reserved symbols, dependent upon the context. Some of the productions in the grammar below are annotated with a rule number. So, assignment preceding command name. When we have the first word, if token is exactly a reserved word, the token identifier shall be a reserved word. If it's not the first word, or if it is the first word but A didn't apply, because they couldn't have written it like that. That'd be too complicated. If all of the tokens preceding the first equal sign form a valid name, the token assignment word shall be returned. Otherwise, it is implementation to find whether the token word or assignment word is returned, or if the token is processed in some other way. If the token begins with equal sign, a token word shall be returned. And if none of those apply, let's see, what is this? If the token contains unquoted equal sign that is not part of an embedded parameter expansion, command substitution, arithmetic expansion. Yeah. If a returned assignment word token begins with a valid name, assignment of the word value, value after the first equal sign to the full word shall occur as specified in simple commands. If a returned assignment word token does not begin with a valid name, the way in which the token is processed is unspecified. So that's a lot of gibberish. A lot of gibberish that is basically like lol words, something lol words. Where is it? Oh, it's off on the side of the screen. It sort of meanders. It's definitely more interesting than spinning wildly out of control while drifting around the space. Or my lazy ship, which is just like sitting almost still and drifts across the screen from stream to stream. It's not even rock still though. It like has a slight velocity to the right. So like, if you check up on it over the course of like a few hours, it will have moved slightly. And it's like, it can't even stay still. D less dash. So I came up with a bunch of like lexicographic terms for a bunch of these things. Up here somewhere we have this stuff. These weird lexicographic objects. It's got list and, list or, pipeline join. Subshell. Or lex token, right? Yeah. I mentioned the reserved words. And I think a bunch of these we didn't fill them in. So yeah. Like I did build out symbol parsing, but not lexicographic parsing. I might have to like redesign in almost the complete and total entirety the like parsing portion of this thing. And line. So this problem here, lex new line, we're gonna replace this with my lex token, the end line. And we're gonna say that we can put lex token objects in here. Then, and if you are, is it list and, right, right? Pretty sure, yeah. And we got list or. Bang! What am I gonna do about that? That is some sort of lexicographic token. Let's see, pipeline joint URL lexicographic token. Subshell. 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 What are you? You're the subshell token. And then the end subshell token. You know, I don't know if it really makes sense to do it that way. Like subshell is one of those word type items. And it's probably going to cause me grief unless I take care of like case item, which also needs the ending delimiter. Oh dear. You're like, oh dear. All right, what else? What am else work lists? Are these even words that I'm speaking? No. No, they are not. All right, what is less and? I'm just gonna replace you with the string less and. Great. And double greater than, less greater than, the clobber. Except that's not going to like let me distinguish these things. Very E. The worst parsing feature? Honestly, I think the worst parsing feature that I've encountered this far, and it's not even too horrible, is, you know, the back quotes to do command substitution. So the back quotes of, they have like a rule that says that like if you have a backslash to escape things, you have to like what is it? Unescape the backslashes. Well, because it's command substitution, the back quotes have to have a recursive parsing call on them because they are restrictive delimiters. And the only way to like grammatically parse them vaguely correctly is to like read to the end of a back quote, apply all of the like escaping to it, and then reparse it. And I thought about trying to do it like annoyingly complexly inline, and I'm like, I don't want to inline it. I'm just going to do a recursive function call. You can put normal quotes inside of a back quote string. And the back quote string will kind of like consume them. Like they're not allowed to leak. So like if you have a single quote inside of a back quote string, but you don't make a closing single quote inside the back quote string, this is either considered undefined behavior or it's just fundamentally broken. And I'm like, this needs to be well defined, so like that we turn that into like a syntax error. Because it like escapes the single quotes. But yeah, if you have something like that, it does kind of work that way, yes. It is technically equivalent. But that's not the weird thing. That's not the weird thing. The weird thing is when you have single quotes. Single quotes get a little bit wild. Let's say you have a string, which is like back quote, and then it's like echo single quote. Oh no. And then another back quote. And then let's say we wanted to put what's it called? The what's it called? Like it is sort of fundamentally well behaved. But let's say you wanted to trigger an error of some sort. So you're like, we're just going to delete one of these. And we're going to put it out here. What might you expect to happen? Well, if you're like, it's obvious, right? But it's not. The POSIX says the string inside of these quotes technically triggers undefined behavior. And then the string outside the quotes, if you were to type this on the command line, it would trigger a continuation. Because this single quote out here isn't terminated. This one is dangling. And then it's kind of up to the shell what it wants to do with this one. But in Bash, for example, this triggers a syntax error after you finish entering everything. This is also kind of the behavior I went with. Things get a little bit fun though if you have like nested back quotes. Like you have to escape them like this. And then maybe you have some sort of double quote string inside there. And then you have a $, 0. You might be thinking, like, is this a parameter expansion? Or is it like a literal $$ inside of a quoted string? Or what is it? It turns out that this one is like a parameter expansion inside of a double quoted string. Like, it is very kind of obvious how it works. Also, these double quote or these back quotes here, these get reprocessed. But yeah, it's some sort of inner parameter expansion. And then there's, I'm not actually 100% sure like which level would interpret this one. I'm a little bit curious actually. Like if I were to echo something and be like I, and then out here we do like, I don't know, I equals A. And then in here we do I equals B. Like what would bash do? You know, what would bash do in this situation? So we get oh, oof, no. Which means that none of these took to applying I. Because they're technically not being assigned, they're being like, you know, not assigned. They're being like command subshell assigned. What if we put them in arithmetic assignments or some such? Or what if we do them as command sequences? Where do we go? B. That's not unexpected. Should not be unexpected. And if we delete you, still B. Like the back quotes, they just kind of eat escapes on certain symbols. Just kind of cuz. And I'm like, not entirely sure why they put that in the standard, but they did. Okay, that's still kind of not written. Kind of sort of didn't write a bunch of this stuff. That might help, you know? Alright, you are 4. I think. Or no, you're the lexicographic grammar token for 4, which we don't really have. I mean, it's possible. It's very strongly possible that it's one of those weird legacy behaviors. Let's see, they're just going to be, what, string? Be string. We'll just make you all lexicographic 4. And that's probably fine. If I could get the casing right. You know, a lot of people depend on, like, weird behaviors, though. This is kind of, like... I don't know, sort of notorious for happening. What else do we need to lexicographically process? In? Any word? I might have a symbol for words, but I also don't think I did, actually. Come to think of it. Some of these have a bunch of symbols and stuff. Assignment word. Not the assignment word. If your code has introduced strange behavior that people now rely on, cannot just break it. Breaking user space is unacceptable. I mean, it kind of is. Don't break people's user space. We're using that. Yeah, some people just, they don't listen to anything. They just don't listen. They don't pay attention. They just like to argue. 8 hours of broadcast? I mean, this is pretty typical for a Meisaka stream. Also, hello again to the team on this. See, I think a bunch of these are things that we did not yet fill out above. See, so you have to be lexicographic in. If you want to break user space, then basically just write your own operating system. Or you could be like BSD. BSD doesn't care. BSD sometimes breaks user space, kinda. They're a little bit less graceful. Like, they just sort of have a way of figuring out which version to use. But BSD does it in a really weird way. Break the application space. You weren't using that at all, were you? Surely not. Alas, my name is not Surely. Not alas either. What else do I need? Lux, Semi, D, Semi. These are all kind of to do, kind of. I think I should make like a template object. Lex semi-end. Then, if, fee, do I have if? No. No, I do not. If. Wait, why am I typing it? Then, else, if, fee, else. There's else, right? Elf. The elf. I'm gonna like put these in some sort of random order that's not so random. And then, what are you, Lex? If. Lexfi? It's a word. Lex else? NPM definitely breaks things. That's sort of a definite. Is there until? There's until. Where was I at? In here? The rhino, the spider monkey, the V8. A spider monkey is the JS engine of like the Firefox. What's it called? No, I think Spider Monkey is the web engine, I thought. Might be misremembering. Yeah. Yeah, you are the JavaScript engine. It is written in C++, Rust, and JavaScript. I don't know why I can't keep, like, drawing a blank on that. I guess because I haven't done much with it directly, per se. I'm not gonna say that I got all of these. I feel like I'm a little bit closer. Alright, what do we need to grab still? We need assignment word. This thingy. this thingy. I thought I had lexicographics for those. Yeah, I still don't even know like how I'm gonna get this silly thing to actually like walk the list. Like that's gonna be an interesting challenge. Bang. Hmm. Do not apply rule 4. Do not pass go. Do not collect 5 bajillion tokens. I'll just like grab all of these. Alright, you are less, and you are great. Where are you at? I always missed that one for some reason. Can't possibly imagine why. doing great. Really. I'm very kind of close to having something that doesn't air out, that I won't be able to use yet. What do they call this? Dash? I don't remember. Less. D less lex. D less Alex? D less dash? I'm only just sort of realizing that I have quite a bit of symbols to get through here. Very extra E. More stretchy. We might need stretchy. It's been a while. I can call this one pipe. I think. Very E. Be mean to myself? I do that all the time. Even without being asked. Being kind to myself is something that I need more of. Oops. Alright, so now we should have some errors. I'm gonna do Isaac. Was just the word case backwards? For error, IO number, IO location. Do I want to finish them or do I want to take the break first? Let's say probably do IO number and what was the other one? IO location. Slap the word Lex in front of these. Be like, I'm done, right? No. But I might be at a good stopping point for break time. And I'll park the cursor over here. Yeah. So we're gonna like turn on a bunch of my break time word text stuff. And I'm gonna get up for a little stretch, which is probably gonna take me, I don't know, considering it's been 8 hours with only a few small breaks, it's probably gonna be a little bit on the longer side, like 15 or 20 minutes at least. So if you want to get up, find snacks or something, take a stretch yourself, this would be a lovely time for it. Can highly recommend. I might also need a snack. I don't know if I've eaten recently. I really wish it was also more convenient for me to like run the timer. Because we have a bunch of timers. I just have to make it so that they get turned on and off. Okay, I just have to say hello to the MCA police. The joke here is that I keep putting the word the in front of people's names, but your name already has the word the. So we have to put it twice. I know, how is it pronounced? The MCA. Yeah, because it has to rhyme with the MCA. So it has a certain cadence to it. See, I remember these things. But then I have to actually practice them. It's odd that I remember these things. But I remember these things. Alamsiapolis. The more I do stretches, the more I'm like, maybe I should get snack. Meow. Oh look, the Mesaka return. And according to necessity. I have acquired cake. We're joling in. And Joel go vroom. Or maybe Joel let's go vroom. Also, welcome, hello, to the Pulse Mind Studio. Gotta have that cake. Very important. Alright, so we got a bunch of these tokens. You gotta write a language interpreter as a side quest. Said anything about being a side quest. This is the main quest. This isn't even Auk yet. This is we're still in Shell land. Because the shell is basically a programming language. Everything is just a bunch of programming languages. Go figure. The M4, yeah, I don't even want to think about what M4 is full of. That one might be interesting. Although in terms of side quests, I'm kind of tempted to like write an ECMAScript parser. Also, I'm kind of like, if all this stuff is just like lexers and parsers and grammars, I'm kind of thinking, what if I just make up some sort of generic-ish framework for lexers and parsers? What if we literally retrace all the history and make... I mean, it wouldn't be quite the same as like lex and or yak or whatever that other thing is. But it's kind of maybe. It'd just be JavaScript specific. Absolutely cursed section. JavaScript compiler in JavaScript. JavaScript to x86-64 targets. I can't say that I would write a generator per se, given the high level nature of the whole thing. But if I can have a generic way of generating like abstract syntax trees for a variety of different languages, that could potentially be a slight time saver. Cause like they're all gonna abstract syntax tree anyway, aren't they? Munch's cake. The ECMAScript. Technically the version of ECMAScript is gonna be like the latest one, which is like 20 something. This is a quote unquote modern operating system after all. Except it's not. But it can pretend to be. No more cakey. Anyways, we're not doing absolutely cursed stuff until we get through the deep end. And the deep end is pretty deep. Modern something, something, problems, something. problem, schmoblums. We'll compatibilize them when we need to make stuff operate. Anyways, I need all of these lexicographic token things. Technical term. I'm gonna put these somewhere up here, maybe, probably. You know, if all these are basically the same sort of thing, maybe I should make some generic function that creates instances of each and every single one. Maybe. Alright, make a token. I'm gonna give it a name, and then this is gonna return a token. And we're just gonna call create. As token, and return whatever the hell that is. Put a toString function in here. And you're going to return the name. So now can we use this in place here to make my token a reality? Sure, yeah. So far so good. Yep, still works. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go with this. It's easier to write, which I am definitely a fan of. We're gonna make you look pretty. Make you all lined up very nicely. And then we take all of these and I guess we're just gonna wrap them and make a token. I'm gonna have all the token. Alright, and then you, we're gonna rename you to like assignment word. And then you're going to be word reserve. Or keyword. Or resv. Resv is fun. Maybe. Bang. so many. Maybe not as many, but still kind of many. Lex until done, but not, well, not done. Lots of words. So many words. Maybe not enough words. Right, some of these are like lexicographic operators and not keywords. As we also, somewhere we already have a pipe. But I called it pipeline join. Because reasons. Mystery reasons. Let me just recall you, Lex Pipe. Yes, there are 2 of them. And yes, that shall be remedied. Now there are 2 of them. And then there was 1. I feel like I need to grab... what's it called? The semi and and? I'm not going to claim that it's enough for everything. But it's going to cover like some level of delimiters. I think that's subshells, though. These should be like a grammar object. Maybe. Because they don't quite work out in the lexicographic phase. Because they get eaten by like the various like substitutions. But subshells are not substitution types. Hello and welcome. We are making a parser for what is called shell, the shell language. The specifically, it's like the Bourne shell, which is kind of like the canonical command line interface for like Unix-like operating systems. Which is like a full-on interpreter for this like special like command language. So the front end resembles a lot of what would go into a compiler. But the back end for it is a bunch of like interpreters and expansions and stuff that happens like on the fly. It's all somewhat interesting to me. And I've been wanting to like work on a project where I would make one of these for kind of a while, but like I've never really had an excuse until like now. I dare say it's been interesting. Partially from like a language requirements point of view. Because like they don't write it like you might expect a language specification to be like they kind of almost do, but they also kind of don't, because there's like a bunch of like undefined segments, which is like, oh, it's undefined by the specification, which means you get to decide as the shell designer. And I'm like, okay. Do we plan as grep whatever is built in as aliases or standalones? Given the nature of like the project, we're probably going to make some of the simple utilities like grep and awk and sed. Those are probably going to be like shell built-ins. But I'm probably going to try and figure out some way of also turning them into like command aliases that other programs can potentially run. Because I can guarantee you that they're not just going to be run from the shell. So it's kind of like two different things. I think the aliases that we build for them are mostly going to be so that external programs can run them. But they're probably going to call into like the same like source code as the shell. It's probably just going to be like invoke the shell with like argument 0 set to one of these utilities, and then it's going to pretend to be one of them. So it's going to be a little bit, I guess, like BusyBox in that regard. Except it's going to be like, I don't know, the JavaScript. Although that sort of brings up a thing. Like to spin up entire instances of Node is kind of like a little bit involved. So I was thinking of potentially fabricating like some sort of like tiny lightweight program that will like it will like spin up and then it will like connect to some sort of IPC or something that will ask Node to invoke some sort of program. And this is it can serve as like some sort of like proxy of some sort for programs that want to run something. And then if for some reason we need to run Node on its own, it can like exec itself into Node. Make it fork. Like, I don't know that I would take something that... I don't know if I'd want to fork the Node process entirely. I'll have to experiment with that to actually decide the best way of going about it. But like, I'm not sure how much memory that Node is going to use. Like, fork is supposed to be technically pretty cheap. However, because we're running inside of Node, you don't call fork directly. You have to call like there's like a Node API for like generating subprocesses. I think there's a Node API that might be for forking, but I don't think it's exposed directly. So it's sort of like, how well does Node work? Like, if the Node process can like fork sub-processes and they're not like super heavyweight or something like this, then we're probably just gonna use like we're just gonna like fork Node. I'm not necessarily opposed to like loading other extra stuff into Node. Like, I was thinking of doing, what's it called, Fuse.js, for example, to like load file system bindings or whatever. Or writing some sort of C++ module to call the like mount and unmount system calls. So like I might expose a bunch of like the system calls as loadable libraries, but like I don't know if I would want to do fork. And the reason I say this is because Node manages its own memory in such a way that if we fork the node context, there might be like a whole bunch of like leftover JS heap that gets like churned immediately when the child process gets like into executing. And this could result in like a bunch of excess memory use that I don't know if I really want to run into. Whereas if it's built into Node, do something like fork exec, or if there's some way of like cleanly forking Node so that it doesn't like churn the heap or whatever. Then I could be like, maybe we do that. But like, because Node manages its own memory and its own like file descriptors usually, I'm kind of reluctant to like call the process managing stuff directly. I mean, you laugh about memory management, but like this is actually something that like is precisely why a lot of like web stuff kind of suffers. Because like a lot of web developers will pull in libraries that don't consider memory management. But like you technically have to think about this stuff if you want your code to actually be performant. And believe it or not, but like you can actually get performant code written in JavaScript. It takes a certain level of like dedication to the bit. As for this grammar stuff, I don't know how well it's going to turn out. I don't know how well this is going to do. I might want to change how I did parens, and I did not think about it. Let's see here. If we have command substitution or arithmetic substitution, I think we're going to take those. But with subshell, I think we're going to defer subshell to the grammar. This is what I was thinking, yes. So instead of emitting a subshell state, it just pushes one of these like tokens. I'm going to do lparen. Then we're going to just delete the subshell state. So now these should emit like parens. However, the closing paren also gets used for command substitution and optionally arithmetic substitution. So when we go to arithmetic substitution, we have to check if it's in one of those states, and if not, emit the closing token. So that was in this part here. So if the previous state is arithmetic substitution, last state, so very m, too much m, I want to flip this a little bit. So you don't want to pop the token yet. Then we want to take the end of the array. We want to take the end of the array, and then we have like two different paths that we can go down. The lore behind the scrolling text at the top of the stream. Yeah, I think I've told this story a couple of different times. It's two different, there's two different origins for the two different parts of it. So if you looked at it enough, you might notice that part of it is like Yuki, 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 and the other one is like Mysterious Meisaka's something Dream Island, something or other. And both of these have like, I guess you might say like two different layers to them. Where do I start first with any of that? Maybe the Mysterious Meisaka's mystical magic shrouded shadow something. What's the actual full text of it say? I used to remember. And then I forgot. And I have it somewhere. In a file, obviously. Oh, the text? What you say here? Mysterious Meisaka's mystical magic shrouded shadow of the Colossus. No. Mysterious Meisaka's mystical magic shrouded shadow of darkness, Dream Island, in the shadow of the Colossus of the hidden, forbidden holy ground of the Blue Mist Valley Temple of Forbidden Lost Shrouded Dreams. Ribiet? So, what this is supposed to imply is that, or like, where this came from is kind of like YouTube. You see, I used to watch a lot of like machinima, as they are called. And one of the machinima creators that I used to watch is called The Lazy Peon. They used to make like World of Warcraft machinima. And one of the episodes was about guilds and how the guilds have like ridiculously long names. And they kind of went on sort of rambly for like, you know, kind of like how the title up there goes. So I watched one of these. It kind of stuck around in the back of my mind for like a while. And then I also, later on, I used to be playing like Final Fantasy XIV quite a bit. And I had a free company, which is like the Final Fantasy equivalent of like a guild. Machinima is animation in any kind of video game engine. So like if you use like video game engine or like video game assets or whatever, this kind of counts as machinima. And I would lump stuff like Gary's Mod, SFM. These also kind of count. I think at one point I watched like a really well put together like Call of Duty one once. I think there was also like I don't remember. There's been a lot though. And I used to watch quite a few of these. But anyways, I was in this free company, this guild, if you will. And our free company had like a voice chat. Red versus blue. I think that might count. So, the voice chat we used at the time was Mumble. I don't know if you've ever used Mumble. It still exists, of course, but it's like this open source, low latency audio chat program thing. It's kind of like, if you ever heard of like Ventrilo or TeamSpeak, it's kind of the same thing like that. Like you host a server, people can connect to it, and then they can like join voice channels and they can like text chat if they don't want to do voice channels, and you can like there's like a whole permission system for it, and like every user gets their own permissions, kind of sort of, and you can like mute yourself and deafen yourself, and there's even like built-in text to speech that announces when certain things happen, like changing channels and leaving channels and joining channels, and user entered your channel. And one of these text to speech messages for an event that happened is that if a user moved to another channel, it would say username has moved to the channel, and then it would read out the channel name. Now, of course, being a free company, like, sort of semi-public Mumble server, there were permissions in place that prevented you from, like, you know, editing any of the existing channels or necessarily, like, creating permanent channels. But there was one permission which they didn't cover. You can create temporary channels. And anyone can make temporary channels. And you can name your temporary channel anything you would like. And when you move to the temporary channel, the text-to-speech message will trigger, including the channel name that you entered. So being the mischievous fox that I am, and remembering the whole ridiculously long, like, name thing from this one machinima I watched. I made a text file, and I typed out a really long name of a place that would be like sort of like, you know, kind of non-existent. And it looked a little something, sort of vaguely like Mysterious Mesaka's mystical magic, shrouded shadow of darkness, Dream Island, in the shadow of the Colossus of the hidden forbidden holy ground of the Blue Mist Valley Temple of forbidden lost shrouded dreams. Not exactly quite like that, but pretty close. And I clicked save, and I had this file on my computer, and I was like in a voice chat one day with a bunch of people in the free company. And I decided to be mischievous. So I copy the text from the file, the really long channel name, and I like click on Mumble, and I say create temporary channel, and I paste the stupid long channel name into the box, and we hit OK, and then it immediately switches me to the channel, which for every other person in the Mumble channel, it starts reading a stupid long name of this text-to-speech channel to everyone. And then, because I am, you know, mischievous, I immediately go back to the channel because I want to hear everyone's reactions to listening to this ridiculously long channel name being read out by the text-to-speech thing, which is much longer than like what the typical text-to-speech limits are. Hilarity ensued. For me, anyway. And then we have part two. The Yuki 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 Yuki. I don't know how many I said. This one was sort of inspired again by YouTube. I probably missed a few. I wasn't counting. So there's a song on YouTube, which is a loop of like a shorter song clip, just over and over again. It's one of those 10-hour mixes of something that's like sorta, kinda, almost catchy, but like just kind of goes on and 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 on. So I used to work at a job that was like kind of like mind-numbingly boring at times. And I had like a wireless headset that I would like walk around with. Usually to like take do like internal communications in certain cases. But more often than not, there wasn't anything going on. So I just had this thing. And I was like, oh, what if I played music or something on this? So like one day I'm bored at work and I like put on this 10-hour mix of like this Yuki 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 song. And it is spelled it's spelled with the 4-letter flavor in lowercase Yuki Yuki Yuki. In the song title, if you are interested in looking this up. So I actually listened to pretty much the entire thing over the course of a day. And some number of weeks or months go by. I don't really recall. But I was remembering working on. Um, I was doing like a like what's called a CTF thing. So like you try to hack the thing. And there's um, there's like a little puzzle where you're given like an input and you have to feed like some corrupt input to the program in this like environment to like hack the thing. So one of the exploits that you have to write is like a buffer overflow. Let's see, when is the last break? It was an hour ago was the last break. Just about. So for one of these buffer overflows, I need to fill up a buffer which is like 256 characters long. And the way I wrote most of these like shell programs, these exploits was to like just like write them out in like a notepad and then like paste them in. So to calculate 256, I was just like, oh, I'll just get something that's 4 letters long. What comes to mind that's 4 letters long that I would repeat over and over and over and over and over and over and over again? How about Yuki, 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 Yuki? So I like copy the word Yuki in lowercase like some number of times, and then I multiply that by like a few powers of 2 to get the correct 256 byte buffer. Paste some shellcode at the end of that. Dump that into this like CTF thing, and I like move on to like the next challenge. But it kind of sticks with me a little bit in the back of my mind. And so we fast forward yet again to the era when I'm like wanting to get into streaming, and I'm like using this software called the Open Broadcaster software. It's not even called OBS. It's not called OBS Studio at the time. It's called Open Broadcaster software. They did the rename like way later. And one of the features they had for one of the things you could put on your stream scenes is like marquee text. And I'm like, I'm a fan of marquee text, which just means the text scrolls around. So back then, one of the first few things I did was software development, and I'm like, okay, yeah, but writing code is boring, especially because like I don't talk. Like back then, I did not talk on the stream. So to make things more interesting, I put like some marquee. I put one like on the left side, like scrolling up and down. I put one on the right side scrolling the opposite up and down. And then I put one at the top of the screen scrolling like from right to left. The one at the top of the screen, I was like, oh, this should just be decorative. So I like grabbed the mysterious text that I had laying around. Because it was already in a file or something. I was like, I'll just put that in there. And then, like, I don't really want it to repeat over and over. So let's put another thing. So I filled the rest of it up with, like, these little separators and, like, the Yuki, Yuki, Yuki. And then the text that scrolled along, like, the left and the right side was, like, some description of, like, what I was doing at the time. And then I had like a window capture of a development environment, which I think was like some version of Visual Studio at the time. And then like I had another capture thing for when the application would run. And I would just like stream the program pretty much like in silence. I would, of course, like type in the stream's text chat if anyone bothered to watch me at the time, which they did not. And at some point in time, I decided I would stream like Final Fantasy XIV because I was like, loads of people are doing 14 content streaming, but like not too many. I could do that, right? Wrong. But that did not stop me from trying. Obviously, the text about writing software, the ones on the left and the right, that wouldn't really make sense. But the one at the top of the stream, the marquee, well, I mean, that was always just decorative, so I'm like, oh, I'll just leave that there. And I did. And I just kept carrying it forward um, throughout the years. And the text itself changed color a few different times. I think it used to be like blue or something like that. And I was like, that doesn't stand out very well in terms of contrast. So at some point, I like changed the text to be like this orange pinkish color, gradient thing. I think there was also a slight adjustment to the actual text itself. Uh, I can't exactly remember when I did that, but I remember I changed it in some way. Like I changed the wording of something in the middle of it, made it longer or some such. And obviously, I also had to change how it looked and behaved when I went from Open Broadcaster software to OBS Studio, because that wasn't like a straight upgrade. You had to like rebuild everything. And so it was that it has sat on my stream ever since, and it's just like, yep, it's there. I'm not going to take it away because it serves like sort of a silly side function. Like, part of the reason I keep it around is because, like, if nothing is moving on the screen, then you might think like the stream is like froze up or something, because that was an issue that I used to have. So you can tell if the stream is still alive and sort of well just by looking at the text at the screen and being like, oh, it's moving. I guess you're still good. So whatever stops moving, you know that the stream is broken. Which has been my excuse for keeping it. Kind of sort of deep lore. But in other ways, it's kind of like, I don't know. It's not as deep as like everything maybe could be, but it's I don't know. It goes pretty deep, I guess. So with the story somewhat concluded here, I now have to solve the problem that I was trying to do earlier. Which is These like parens. Very thorough. For certain. Oh, absolutely for certain. Very quite thorough, very extensive. Let's see, I think we want not undefined. And then I want to check two states here. And then for these, we want to take, what's it, open tokens? I'm going to remove that. A very extremely Mesaka explanation. Too late to ask. A very long explanation later. I don't really want to duplicate these, but I feel like I kind of have to. And I might just put this in here as like a precondition for both of these. So we can stick the else clause in here somehow. Because the else case here, we're not gonna treat these as syntax errors. Instead, we're gonna emit what's it called? I'm gonna push a token. We're gonna push the lexicographic right paren token. I related to Misaka from the railgun. No, not in the slightest. But I love that song. I came up with my name in like, I think it was like 2002 or 2003, which I think predates the Railgun show. Maybe? What's it called? It's certain scientific railgun. When did you release? 2007 to present. Well before Well before, after Mesaka. Okay, now we're gonna look this one up. Index. Where is a certain magical index? Original run, April 10th, 2004. Pretty close. October 2010. And by the way, 2003 was like 22 years ago. uh, gotta make people feel. If anyone feels old at this point, it'd probably be me. To be fair, I'm like not. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I would consider myself to be like too terribly old, but like, I don't know. If you want some random trivia, I am older than Clonk, for example. Just FYI. I mean, yeah, he's kind of on the young side, but like he's not like super young or anything. Still old enough to have done stuff. It wouldn't surprise me to find out like lots of people are in the higher age category. Like I'm probably I'm almost certain that a couple of people here potentially older than I am. Even like I know I encounter quite a bit of it. Like I am like early 30s. So like yeah, there's some of that. But like, I have a lot of experience with like, I don't know, older computer equipment because like, I had a lot of like hand-me-down sort of equipment. So I used to work with a lot of stuff from like the like 80s era. Because like almost everything we had was like older. It's like 9 or 10 years old by the time like I ever got to use any of it. So I got acquainted with like older computer hardware and older like equipment and stuff. And that's sort of like geese. It's actually part of what got me into like programming was like using like the 80s era like microcomputers. Because you just like flip the little switch on the back of the thing and it turns on and like no fuss, no hassle. You have a little prompt and you type program. Very simple. Alright, does this like do the thing? We got command substitution and command substitution. Arithmetic and arithmetic. I think it works. One's favorite 10. Print hello world. 20. Go to 10. A true classic if we have ever seen one. Did you know that you can technically fit it onto a single line? You could be like 10 print hello world, semicolon, go to 10 on a single line, and it will actually work that way. 10 hour. Very E. Very E. It has certainly been a while. I'm very disappointed to not have a proper manual. Like, I learned how to program basically from reading the basic manual, pun intended. Not that I'm like, not that I was good at it. Like, I did not know how to make a program. Like, I tried the flow control route, which I think every new programmer probably does, where you like try to make each and every state of your program by being like, oh, it's if we're executing at this line, then we'll be like in this state. If we're executing at this line, then we'll be in this state. And we just use a bunch of ifs and elses to get between them. And I'm like, I mean, even kind of early on, I was like, this is not scalable. How do I do this? I don't understand. And I don't think I would understand for like, I don't know, years after that. But like, it was a start. I did manage at some point to make something. It was like some program that like what was it? It was like some sort of account management program. And I wrote this as a game. And I was like kind of like sort of happy that it could like store numbers and manipulate numbers for like different entries in an array of like numbers, and I was like, yay. Adventure games using print input go to if. Yeah, there were a couple of those. I don't know if I wrote any myself or not. I tried to once, but it was graphical. And the graphics part, I didn't know how to do that. So, like, yeah, I kind of gave up after like 2 or 3 different, like, graphical states. And I was like, nope, that's not how you do it. I think I did some text ones that were kind of like, I don't know, sort of funny, sort of goofy, full of misspellings. Like, I didn't know how to spell properly at the time. At some point, I had picked up a book about, well, they called it machine language, but like it was essentially about like somewhat about how to do assembly language programming. And like the book itself was sort of like not very good at explaining someone who had no clue what was going on how to assembly language. But I read the book anyway, and it was like sort of. I sort of tried. I made an attempt to understand it. I didn't. I don't think it was until like I had found some assembly language reference that one of my siblings had left written down somewhere. I was like, oh, I can write programs with this. I could write program that does something like beep the speaker really fast. So I made sound program. Everyone has to make sound program. And then another program that I wrote that I was actually pretty proud of was um, my computer was the Apple II. I think it was the Apple IIe. E? E, lowercase e. I don't know if you've ever used an Apple IIe or tried to program one, but the screen memory is all like scrambled around based on like some sort of a weird like row and column and character row thing. I got carried away chatting about stuff. It's not really my objective to go on at a whole bunch, but like, I don't know. I think the programming side of things is at least probably over for the day at least. But like, we're gonna have to revisit this again next stream. The programming. I love my chit chat. But one of my assembly programs was to calculate the screen row on the Apple II in pixels, which is really difficult to do because you have to like unscramble the address And there's a bunch of like bit shifts and adds and XORs, and I probably didn't write the silly thing in the right way, but like I sort of figured it out kind of somewhat. Like it computed screen rows and it was assembly language and it was fast about it. Columns, not so much, but screen rows. And then I tweaked it some more to like interact with the double high resolution graphics modes, which is like one of those weird 80 column features of an Apple IIe where you can get like, I think it was like 16 or 15 different colors. It used interference color though, so like the way you did it was kind of unusual. So I was kind of proud of the program, and like a few years after I had written it, I found it written down again, and I looked at it, and I'm like, how the hell did I write that? I bet if I looked at it today, I'd be like, oh, it's so simple. Why did I forget this? But even still, I think it'd be like vaguely impressive. If maybe a little bit inefficient at times. Unfortunately, I don't know if there's a whole lot more to the story or not. Amazing. Robotto. Viti. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Everybody loves the Viti. Best suffix, some might say. Perhaps. Just sort of like chit-chatting about ancient computers a bit. Because I kind of reached a pretty good stopping point for the day, and I'm like sort of chilling, just sort of chatting with people. Just kind of having a sort of good time, maybe, kind of, sort of, perhaps. Whereas I would say that I sort of needed a little bit of a chill time because, like, it's been a while. It's been 10 hours thus far. Like, and a good part of that was just yapping about stuff, which is quite the accomplishment, I would say. Indentation editing, not quite. Like, we did reformat a bunch of stuff. Like, I took this whole list of grammar from the specification here, and we like turned it into the JavaScript. So like something was successfully done, and I also like converted some of the paren characters, the lexicographic characters, built out all the lexicographic characters that we'd probably need. So like that was sort of a bit of progress. Reserved words are gonna be like something we have to revisit, because I don't know if I did reserved words the correct way. And some of the other lexicographic rules are also going to need some stuff, and I still have to like build a system that will like come up with grammar candidates for the parser. That's going to happen maybe next stream, possibly. And that could be interesting depending on whether or not I get into it or not. I know I get sidetracked quite a bit with my plans. Oh, you know what I think kept me awake more often than not? It was probably the cake. I blame the cake. I had some cake during my last break, and that's like sugar. And like that's gonna wear off, and then I'm gonna crash and go to sleep so hard, and I'm gonna be like, why did I eat cake? Have I seen the MSX Basic? I don't think I have. At least, like, not enough to notice its intricacies anyway. Like, I've seen people, like, sort of demonstrate the MSX, but, like, I don't know if I've ever seen anyone, like, go into, like, some of the intricacies behind it. I think a lot of basics, though, will let you do like 10 print without the space. I don't know how many do, but like at least with like the start of lines, I think it's like that. Like I think the Spectrum series, those had something sort of like that, where you can like, because the keywords are entered on the keyboard using special symbols, those get like, those are unambiguated and you don't have to put spaces. body of text. That's some density. Yeah, I'm not sure. I've never seen anyone like actually like try to program on one, so like I can't comment on it too much. All I can say is that it's not super uncommon to have like high density basic like that. That's something that was supported quite a bit. Hello there, and welcome. Hello, Abby a little bit, maybe a little bit worn out, but I'd probably say that I'm in a better mood now than I was at the beginning of the stream. So if anything, like, streaming is sort of helpful for me in that respect. But I can sort of feel my voice being like kind of sort of worn out. Like it's harder to like speak up properly. Which is why I am thinking about like maybe being done for the day. Which is not a bad idea because it's been now 10 hours, 20 minutes. It's been 10 hours. 10. Count them. 10. And I've had like 2, 3 breaks. Maybe 3 breaks in that time, which is decent, but still. It's quite a bit. I like my long streams though. It's something. Hey look, Alexa. When did that get there? So my last couple of streams have been all about this project where I am writing a POSIX compliant shell, which means it has to emulate the Bourne shell, which is a common utility found on like Unix and Unix-like operating systems. And I'm writing this version of the shell in like TypeScript. And this is for a custom like operating system user space that I've been sort of haphazardly writing. Essentially, we're trying to be like, make an operating system, and we're going to write everything in like JavaScript and TypeScript, partially for the memes. So if you like absolute nonsense meme of an operating system, whilst I yap about anything and everything, then like that is one of the great many things that I do. I also do like slightly more serious projects from time to time. OS in a browser. You would think that, but no, this is not in a browser. We boot up the Linux kernel. It's based around the Linux kernel, and it just runs straight on top of Linux. So like there's no web browser, there's no like anything. There's just like Node.js and that's it. So like you start up the Linux kernel and bam, you're in Node. And that's it. Everything has to happen in Node. Everything has to be written in JavaScript. Everything has to be runtime or whatever. You know, everyone says like JavaScript single threaded, but that's actually not true. You can multi-thread the JavaScript. You can multi-process the JavaScript. Workers are a thing that exists. And there's actually like standards in like the ECMAScripts language spec for like shared memory that like multi-threading can access simultaneously. It's kind of wild. And like I thought about trying to investigate Daniel, but also we have to work on plugins and stuff. And I've been meaning to investigate plugins because like some of the syscalls are going to happen in JavaScript, which means we have to write bindings for them, which means that we have to make some work with whatever my runtime is. I'm pretty sure I have description here. Worker threads. The Node Worker Threads module enables the use of threads that execute JavaScript in parallel. To access it, require it, or import it, workers, threads, are useful for performing CPU-intensive JavaScript operations. They do not help much with I/O-intensive work. The Node.js built-in asynchronous I/O operations are more efficient than workers can be. Unlike child processor cluster, worker threads can share memory. They do so by transferring array buffer instances or sharing shared array buffer instances. The above example spawns a worker thread for each parse.js async call. In practice, use a pool of workers for these kinds of tasks. Otherwise, the overhead of creating workers would likely exceed their benefit. When implementing a worker pool, use the like async resource API to inform diagnostic tools about the correlation between tasks and their outcomes. See using async resource for a worker thread pool in the async hooks documentation for an example implementation. Worker threads inherit non-process specific options by default. Refer to worker constructor options to know how to customize worker thread options, specifically argv and exec-argv options. So yeah, it's multi-threading It's in JavaScript, and you can have shared memory. But if you're doing something IO bound, you probably just want to use a bunch of async code. It's probably better. Because asynchronousness is concurrency without parallelism. Concurrency and parallelism are like different sides of a coin. As for interoperating with like JavaScript and assembly, we haven't really bridged that gap yet. And two fundamental ideas for this. One would be to actually like write bindings in like C++ for Node, which is what I would call the easy route. And that might be what some of my initial implementations do. But somewhere deep on the to-do list in the absolutely cursed section, I was thinking about the intricacies of how I might write a JavaScript compiler and then make the JavaScript compiler emit x86-64 assembly language directly, like generate ELF files. And I'm like, this sounds like a great idea for the future. But I want to get some of the basics going first. Also, hello, and much welcome to Takeda. And much thanks for the head pats. We always appreciate. Very, very. I was also thinking of potentially, if we get some of the other weird, absolutely cursed stuff put together, replacing libc with JavaScript. But that requires like figuring out ahead of time compilation and making it stable. So a couple of different options was like I could turn JavaScript into C, which would probably solve some of my issues. C to x86. I mean, that's basically what UCC is. So I was thinking like, well, I already sort of use GCC to like build the kernel. So like, what if I turned JavaScript into C, passed the files into GCC, and had it spit out the assembly instead of going all the way straight to assembly? And I'm like, that's an option. That is one of a few options. And like, I still don't entirely know which route I'm going to go. But I'm not entirely set on actually going down these routes until I finish like the core utilities, maybe some bin utilities. Like these are the things that I want to get done first. So I want to write like shell, bash, all the shell constructs, all the shell built-ins. I want to write utilities for ls, maybe awk, like cp, for like file management stuff. All this stuff, we want to write all of these. Get all of them working. Have like the bare minimum of operating system. Because the goal here is, as a proof of concept, if I write all of these components, I want to try to use it to run the GCC make files. And the GCC makefiles are all written in like shell language, and they have like little scripts and whatnot, and I'm like, if I can run this, I can pretty much run anything. Do I like the Rust? I love the Rust. But like any good language, there's some things which like frustrate me with the Rust. So like a lot of the stuff on my stream, there's like a server running that I wrote in Rust, and it runs like all of my stream Gizmo backends, Twitch integration stuff, and it's all written in like Rust, and that was kind of fun. As for how I can be going for so long, it's not that I necessarily think for so long, it's that I like yapping about stuff sometimes. But also, I'm kind of unique in a way. Like, I can't focus if I do things for too short of an amount of time. And eventually, if I go for too long, then I just kind of stop being able to necessarily focus on what I'm working on. Like, I've been live for 10.5 hours. The first 4.5 were me yapping about stuff. And we did some programming up to around 8, maybe 9 hour mark. And then I just started yapping about stuff again. The WASM C binary. I could probably go from WASM straight to binary because that's sort of how it works. As for writing a kernel in the JavaScript, I'm like, I don't actually want to do that. Like, that's not a goal for this project. One of my goals is just to like use ready-made kernels, and I'm pretty set on just using Linux because it's a pretty good kernel. I don't know if anything goes directly from WASM to x86, but for example, V8 will like, it will take that step and will kind of do that internally, JIT style, because that's one of the purposes of WASM. Like, obviously, it still calls out to the JavaScript code for all the bindings, but like, a lot of the WASM stuff gets JIT into like native CPU code almost flawlessly. It's kind of surprising even. So I would be surprised if there weren't more tools for it. But if not, it's not outside of the reason to assume that I could just like make a translation for it because of the number of WASM opcodes that exist. But again, that's something for further down the line. It's something that I'm not like designing too heavily into yet. Because I have to write more parsers and lexers for everything again. Kind of, sort of, oof. One of the things I might do a little bit sooner as an experiment would be lexers and parsers for like ECMAScript standard stuff. So like JavaScript with like types attached to it, sort of like a TypeScript interpreter. Because I actually need an interpreter for, or like I actually need like a, a JavaScript parser for another project idea of mine. And since this project kind of needs one written, I'm like, maybe we write the basics of one, and then I can use it in multiple projects. The hydrate. I have mixed feelings about hydration at this hour, but also I don't have any water left, so to acquire hydration, I will have to get up for a minute. So I'm gonna get myself some more water. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. I have returned again. Water acquired successfully. I also decided I would take the bandage off my finger so it can dry out a bit. So that'll probably be nice. Oh, wrinkly. My finger is all wrinkly. Eee. You know, I kind of miss streaming at these hours. I'm not careful though, then I end up staying awake too long. It can like really mess me up. I don't want to mess myself up. I'll sort of eek. That can be sort of eek. Alright, yeah. I don't remember what I was talking about. Parsers, lexers, compilers, transpilers, converters, generations of binary targets. It's a path that I want to go down. Maybe, sort of, kind of, probably. One of my ideas for it was to take, I don't know, ECMAScript standard, and I think there might be like type name specification in the language spec. It's been a while since I read the more recent one, so I don't actually remember. Let's see, we got specification, ECMAScript 2024 language specification. Okay, we're gonna put that over here. This is something that I'm probably gonna have to acquaint myself with. Document at TC39 is the most accurate and up to date. Are you blinding? Or do you also Dark. ECMA. 2026. Ay, Yes, what do we have for like lexical grammar, flow control, line terminators, comment, hashbang comment. Interesting. Did you know it had that? I probably didn't. Names, keywords, identifiers, early errors. Keywords. Punctuators. Literals. Automatic semicolon insertion. Let's see, do they have like functions? We have unique formal parameters. Parameter lists? Oh, you're right here. What are you? You are formal parameters, which can be empty. A parameter list. Formal parameter. A binding element. Single name binding. Binding pattern. I don't know what that's about. Single name binding. Binding identifier. Initializer. Lots and lots of stuff. Elision. And what about formal parameter? We did that. We were in there. MSOE. I don't know. I'm gonna have to read this to some extent. Be able to figure out some of this stuff. Because I think there was something in here about maybe additional syntax. Additional feature. There was something about like type name something. I think that's in the standards somewhere, but I don't remember. I don't remember if they formalize it in the language specification or not. If they do, it's like, oh, this can exist, but it's basically like gibberish that you ignore. And I'm like, do they actually mention this in here, or is this just like an extension that everyone implements? It might be an extension that everyone implements. I don't entirely recall. Bird. 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 Numeric types. Anyways, what I was thinking is that there's potential where, like, I might be able to implement a subset slash superset of ECMAScript for like assembly type programs or like systems level programs, and then write, you know, like syscalls and assembly language and nonsense like that, potentially in what is essentially JavaScript. So in order to do all of that, I'm gonna have to figure out how to like parse the JavaScript, how to turn it into tokens, what all the token rules for it are, how to build syntax trees out of it, how to like compile it into things. These look like we're just gonna have to make a runtime almost. If I want to go down that route, which I kind of do from, I don't know, sort of like a purely self-educational point of view. Because there's lots of stuff in here that's like kind of interesting to me. Stuff that I haven't really, like, I've read about it, and like I sort of get it, because obviously I can write code in the language, but like to actually write a parser for the language based on the specification, that's sort of like its own sort of weird challenge. Very yeah. So this is something that I'm probably gonna look into. Probably gonna end up reading about in my very limited spare time. Very oof. proposals repositories. I think there's a lot of stuff in here that's like not all the way. Look what they got. They got finished proposals. .at. That's lovely. I've been making good use of that. Weak references. Nullish coalescing operator. Global lists. For in. All settled. Well-formed stringify. JSON supersets. Array includes exponents. Why can I not say this word? Exponentiation operator. Trailing commas in function parameter lists and calls. Shared memory and atomics. Lifting template literal restriction. What are you about? Crazy. All sorts of stuff in here that I didn't even remember or know about. Or maybe took for granted. Merrick separators. Private instance methods. I think I know about that. Class static block. Error cause. The hash bang. Like from 2003? Range, Unicode string, wait async. Deflag, growable array buffers. Oh my god. Array grouping. Resolvers, array buffer transfer. I don't even know what this is about. Cannot raid Meisaka. Nope. Because I am planning on ending very extremely soon. And here I am scrolling through, like, finished TC39 proposals. But that's sort of the way of it, though, isn't it? But, like, birds are chirping outside. I'm kind of tired. My voice is kind of going. I should not be scrolling through TC39 proposals. I should be clicking, like, this button and being like, I'm I'm done. Gonna read about TC39 nonsense some other day when I'm not sort of tired. I do appreciate the thought, though. But I clicked the end or prevent raids button because I'm like, yeah, I'm about worn out. Kind of about worn out. I did quite a bit today. I chatted for quite a bit of a while. It's been kind of sort of fun, which is it was nice. It helped improve my mood, which is sort of unexpected. I'm thinking maybe we raid someone today. That's not something that I've done a whole lot recently. Partly because nobody's online when I usually end. But this is not when I usually end. So, I have options. I have options. I has myself some options. We could do Rust. We could do Rust. We could do not Rust. We could do. Oh wait, that's Meisaka. I can't raid Meisaka as much as I would love to. That would be silly. Which won't let me. Twitch won't let me. Sadness, sadness. What else they recognize in here? Don't know. Not a whole lot of options. I mean, there's some options. They're decent options. As for where or which one, or do we pick option 4, which is just to go poof? I don't usually like picking option 4 because then I just go poof and nothing happens. And I'm like, poof. Never enough poof. Meeny, meeny, miny, I don't know. Pick a Mesaka by its toe. If it yawns, maybe let it go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna I don't know if we're gonna pick any channels today. I almost want to, but I'm also like kind of worn out, so decision is not gonna come to me, I think. Such is the way we've been going lately. I need to up my sort of maybe rating game, but like I am super worn out. Super worn out. Chibi stare. Enough chibi stare. Probably though. Seems like a pretty good idea. But yeah, I'm gonna go for now. We'll probably be back Saturday or Sunday. Saturday is the more likely case, given the circumstances, I think. The next stream is probably going to be weird grammar, parsing stuff, if you want to join me for that. Lots of different things need like programming languages and like syntax trees. So getting all of this stuff to work well for me is going to be interesting challenge. And I probably want to do a lot of this stuff in sort of a sort of semi-generic way, maybe. We might split this stuff up into like different modules or something. We're not sure yet. Anyways, my voice is tired. I'm kind of tired. The sugar wore off well over an hour ago. And bye-bye for now. Thank you all much for like joining me today. Lurking and chatting with me. Very greatly appreciated. As always. And do take care. If you like this silliness or the chit chat, then feel free to visit me again. I stream roughly 3 days a week for way too long. So you can maybe usually catch me, if not one week, sometimes the next. Also, my sleep schedule tends to roll around randomly, so that doesn't help. Very much E. But yeah. Such is the chaos. Imagine dragons. Imagine riding the O camel. By riding a camel. By riding the O camel. The old camel. That old camel ain't like that young camel anymore. Bye bye for now. As always, take care. Remember? Remember? Well, the chibi has you.